Interesting. So there is feedback. I don't know. But hi. I'm just resizing the windows for the chats. Okay, so I found this really cool tutorial that is 15 hours long. My God. Um, so let's just jump into it.
In stylized 3D anime. You've probably seen that it is something that you can create, but whenever you look up how to actually do it, you find a lot of like basic stuff, but not really like in-depth information that you need to really create something that truly looks like a 2D anime. And if you say that's you and you want to learn everything that it takes to turn a 3D looking anime into something that looks truly 2D, then this course is for you. I am Nagi and I have spent the last 2.5 years roughly trying to collect everything I could when it comes to 3D or 2D looking 3D anime, and then try to implement those into my own projects to see if what I've learned and what I've gathered actually makes sense. And I think I've gotten there now, and so I want to share with you what you need to do. Throughout this course, I will guide you through the entire process from choosing which dimensional blender to use to creating your actual characters, designing the environment, and of course animating them in that environment, the characters, and then going a bit further in the end compositing to really give it the final polish and make it look really as good as it can be, render it and have in the end a awesome, beautiful looking 2D looking 3D animation. Let's start with a simple definition for this. If you ever looked at anything 3D anime related, you've probably seen this word or this acronym before. And once you know what it actually means, it gives you kind of like a guiding star that you can kind of follow through any 3D anime or even NPR related project that you will do in the future. NPR stands for non-photorealistic rendering. You might have also heard of the opposite, which is PBR, which stands for physically based rendering. PBR is kind of based on reality and how reality is constructed, like how light bounces off things, and basically
Sorry,
the
I only
physical,
saw
realistic
one message.
rules that we have discovered so far, at least. NPR, the
So
opposite then,
I don't
is
know what the
basically
first
based.
half of your possible question was, but hi, welcome to the stream. Sorry, I'm just watching a tutorial right now.
On you
Um,
and how you want
Meow.
your world to look. So basically said in a different way, at the core of PBR, you'll find the real world, and at the core of NPR, you'll find the world that you envision and that you basically want to create. What we will be covering requires a little bit of 3D knowledge up front, but I try to make everything as beginner friendly as possible. So if there's knowledge that is required that would be kind of like out of the scope of the course itself,
I don't
I
know what
would
that is.
provide
I'm so
links
sorry.
to extra resources in a separate page, which is the course page that you can access with the first
What
link
is
in the
super
description,
bad?
or probably also in the pinned comment. It's going to be resources, going to be extra beginner tutorials, for example, stuff like that. So if you're going to follow this, I highly recommend that you actually also have the page open, or at least look at the page, because there's just a lot of good stuff on it. Well, I hope there's, because I haven't made it yet.
Let me just copy and paste this new page. I need to talk. Um, yeah. Okay, but let's continue.
If you're anything like me, when you started learning about 3D anime or NPR in general, you were probably kind of confused because there are so many different techniques, and oh, you can do it in this way. The hair could look like this. The face could be created like this. It all just seems like it's just thrown at you, and you don't really know how to put everything together. What I've learned is that there are a lot of techniques, but all of these different techniques follow a couple very specific principles. The first thing I want to show you is this. Look at it, take it in. From this perspective, everything looks kind of the same. But when I move out of it and see all three monkeys have been made in different ways. So I think for this one it's pretty simple to see. For this one is just
Oh,
drawn this.
whoa!
This is hard.
I should show this video on stream, but it's just a very cool technique. Brah. Um, I should finish writing the. I don't know. Um, rah, I don't know.
Harder to identify like why they're different. They look pretty similar, but when I go then and open this and show you what happens if I rotate the sun, one of them changes, but the other one doesn't. So something is different there too. The first principle that you should always keep in mind is that the camera view is king. Whatever you see in the camera view matters. So if I give you a thumbs up out of the camera, you don't really feel you've learned anything or I've given you approval. But if I do this, I think you feel a lot better, I hope. Yeah, so anything you see in the camera is what matters because, you know, you create a 3D environment, but then once the camera renders it, it gets
Hello.
changed into a 2D environment anyway. So who cares what the 3D model really looks like? As long as
This
it
is
looks good with you.
Shijima from what's it called? Shimeji Simulation. I've been trying to model this for like months, and I just found a really good um, character modeling thing tutorial. Um, so I'm hoping to just work on it for a bit today. Not too long, just like seeing, hello, Obitron. Um, yeah, and I don't know, I think it'd be really interesting if I could, um, or what am I trying to say? Um, I don't know. Today, oh wait, I didn't stream last night, because I was playing Overwatch, the new update. Um, I want to stream twice today, and I want to really stream, or at least stream for a long time. I don't know. In total, maybe not the first stream doesn't have to be the longest, but yeah. Sorry, I'm not making sense, but I will.
Result. Do whatever it takes. You can break models, you can invent new techniques, you can come up with your own rules. The 3D program is really only like a tool belt that you can use in whatever ways you want. It's really just about you to see how you want to put things together. The second principle is this basically two balls. Congrats, you learned the second principle. No, what it means is 3D is always perfect. So as you can see here, we have two circles, you know, with an outline. But once again, if we go out of the illusion, we can see this one is actually a sphere, whereas this one is just a drawn, you know, circle. The sphere in 3D is set up to look perfectly spherical, but if you were to, for example, draw a sphere yourself, or a circle really, it would be really, really hard to create a perfect 3D circle, or, you know, a perfect 3D sphere. So what you would want to do is you would then want to think, okay, how
It's
can I
not
actually.
that this tutorial has a lot of fluff because this is all important, but I do actually want to get into the process of like modeling, because like I really, it's like I've tried two times and like both times it's like I made different amounts of progress like with the feet, but like it was just not working. So I don't know. Sorry that I'm just sitting here watching a tutorial, but it is important. So I hope you understand. Uh, and also, I try to tell myself that I don't do it for other people's entertainment. I don't stream for your entertainment. I stream for myself or something. But I don't really feel like going on that rant. Um, ah.
Turn this perfect circle into this? Could I maybe separate it so that the line art looks kind of imperfect? Could I maybe somehow
Learning
go
is a
on the
good thing,
top a
yes.
bit to make it look more, you know, less perfectly round? And all these kind of things you have to think through in your mind to remove the 3D perfectness out of your image and make it look a little bit more handmade. The third principle is something you can see right here. This was a project that I've made trying to kind of like capture the very extreme poses that you can see sometimes in One Piece. This one was like the most extreme pose that I found. It was like super crazy deformations and like arms stretching and deforming, and I have like these weird lines that always change, and everything's kind of changing all the time. Like you think like, oh, this looks so crazy. Can you even create this in 3D? One thing that you should always think about is if you can create something in one frame that looks 2D, you can probably create it in multiple frames too. You just need to find a way to do that. So in this case, for example, I started by warping basically the 3D model as much as I could to get it to the original as close as I could. And then I drew over it with like lines to kind of fix
Oh,
or his face. Fix any like things that don't look that great yet, or anything that really isn't there yet where it should be. You could argue, you know, like
uh,
just drawing over it is it really 3D
oh, I
anymore? The point
subscribe.
is not like to say that this is the right way to do it, but more that if you can do it in one frame, you can probably do it in multiple frames, and maybe sometimes it requires you to animate something with individual meshes. Sometimes maybe it requires you to draw over something. Maybe sometimes it requires you to create multiple versions of your 3D character to really represent something well. It all kind of depends on, you know, what you think would work best and what, of course, in the end looks best in, you know, the camera view. The last thing that I want to cover with you here in this section is how to set up your Blender file to
Oh, this is
make it
useful.
as perfectly set up as possible for 3D anime. If you
My brain
haven't
is fried
used
today.
Blender,
What happened? Or rather, did something happen? Because not, you don't always need a reason for your brain to be fried. I try to ask that question. Make Yandere Simulator great again. I mean, I don't really know much about the game, but was it ever great? Question mark. Um, I don't know. Um, Interesting proposition though.
at all yet, I have included a link in the course page that you can watch just to kind of learn the basics so you can follow along with what I'm going to show you. The first question we need to answer is what, or you need to answer really, is what kind of Blender version do I want to use? There's really only
Oh,
three, I think I said it before, that are really relevant at this point, right? I am making this for 5.0 basically just released. And
wait, there's a 5.0? What? What? Hang on, I have to look this up. Um, like I was prepping for exams and it's overwhelming. Oh, I'm sorry. Um, I hope. Hang on. Is there really a 5.0? Oh, there is. Okay. Um, Shoot. But for your exams, it's like, yeah, I remember when I was in college and I didn't, well, it was in art school, so I didn't exactly have um what's it called? Like test other than like, you know, testing my skill level of like actually drawing. But when I was in high school, it's like, oh my God, those AP courses were the death of me. So I empathize with that. Yeah. Um, should I download Blender 5.0? Uh, I don't know, maybe.
at this point, the most relevant versions really are Blender 4.1, Blender 5.0, and Goo Engine. If you haven't ever heard of Goo Engine, it's basically a fork of the Blender version of like vanilla Blender, which basically kind of tries to optimize it for NPR rendering. And so 4.1, if you want to have a little bit more control over your lighting, just a little bit more. 5.0 for more features that will be useful in the future, or if Goo Engine has already released 5.0, you definitely should use that, nothing else. If it hasn't, then you can also choose Goo Engine because it has a few more NPR features that you can't find in these two versions. One more thing to note, Goo Engine is paid if you want to just get an installer and, you know, install.
Yeah, yeah, man. I kind of like doing maps, but I hate it when I have to do maps just for exams, you know. Yeah, no, that's valid. Like I loved geometry when I took that course, but it was like solving a puzzle, but it can be very tedious when you have to actually like prove your knowledge. So like the process of learning it is fun, can be fun, not always. Um, Hang on, I'm just looking. I don't know. Okay.
Install itself. If you want to get it for free, you can install it yourself into the vanilla Blender as well. I can't give you really any guidance for that. There should be a guide for that so that you can check out if you want to do that. Once we are in Blender, wow, look at this. The first thing that I want to do, or the only really things we need to adjust, are here in these settings.
Okay.
The render settings are the main things. What we first need to make sure is that we use the render engine Eevee. Cycles is
Oh,
probably the only one, the other one that is really important, but that one is basically the PBR engine. Eevee is more the NPR engine. So if you want to do anything NPR, use Eevee, nothing else, okay? The
okay.
next thing is ambient occlusion. If there's two things close together, it kind of darkens the connection. It doesn't do anything without you.
Wait. Said what? It's your screen is so small. This person, hang on.
Things. What we first need to make sure.
Um, ambient oculation. I don't see. I guess I have to install. Okay, so let me just do that real quick. Let me close this. Give me like 2 seconds to install this. Um, this is going to be a slow, because this tutorial is 15 hours long. I don't think I mentioned that. Like, this is going to be a slow process, but I think it'll be worth it. So I should continue to um, try and pull through. Um, Thank you. I appreciate your encouragement. I just feel like um, uh, it's like ah! that. Instead of using words, I should use sounds to describe how I'm feeling. Okay, it's almost done. There we go. 5.01 launch. Oh, I launched it twice. Um, God. Oh my God, there's way too much happening. And then what do? No, this is the wrong. Oh, God damn. Sorry, I'm trying to find out how to launch uh, my old um geometry. Let me discuss. There we go. Okay. So now we're on 5.0. So now there should be where is it? Um, sampling ambient. There you go. But why is it not there? Hi, I installed the new version like you recommended implicitly, and now there's no freaking option.
Is setting. The first install it yourself into the vanilla blender as well. I can't give you really any guidance for that. There should be a guide for that. The first thing that I want to do, or the only really things we need to adjust, are here in these settings. The render settings are the main things. What we first need to make sure is that we use the
Okay,
render engine.
let me look this up then. Where is my freaking tab? Um, and then the other tab. What is it called? Ambient. Oh my God, that is way too small. Blender ambient occlusion. Oh, okay, they got rid of it. Um, if I want to use sounds to describe how I'm feeling, then it would be Travis Scott fish meme noise. I don't know what that is, but that's really that really charms me.
EV cycles is really the only one, the other one that is really important, but that one is also
Luna!
the PBR engine. EV is more the NPR engine. So if you want to do anything NPR, use EV, nothing else. Okay. The next thing is ambient occlusion. If there's two things close together, it kind of darkens the connection. It doesn't do anything without you actually adding that feature later during shading and whatever. So just enabling it won't change the look, from what I've seen at least. So make sure that you enable it in case you want to use ambient occlusion. Let's just go through all the things that we need to change. First of all, screen space reflections. This is especially useful for Goo Engine. You should just basically turn this on by default. Screen space reflection.
Why is every option that he's turning on not an option for me? What is it called? Screen, hang on. Screen space reflections. Uh, screen, um, okay, I guess it's been replaced by ray tracing according to Reddit, so that is just delightful. Uh, we'll continue.
Refraction. Even for the other versions, just keep it on in case you somehow need it. It doesn't change anything about the visuals if you don't want to use it. That's basically the big thing with it. Next up, motion blur off. We don't want motion blur. We basically add motion blur ourselves if you want to, but we want to make sure that it's not automatically baked in. Next up, we have the shadows section, the shadows tab right here. And the only really thing that you really need to do for now is to
Holy shit! Am I delusional? It's after curves. There is a simplified definition. No. Holy schmoly! I'm sorry for cursing. Ow. Shadows. Blender shadows. Okay. EV shadows. It is also ray tracing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Everything is ray tracing. It all makes sense.
Cascade size to the highest
Literally
level
mem.
for 96. It's kind of like in EV.
What is mem? What does mem mean?
Shadows have a resolution, and so the higher you put the cascade size, the more resolution, the less pixelated the shadows will become. High bit depth, you can enable it if you want. It kind of lowers your performance, but you can turn it on if you want. And then soft shadows, you can keep it on or off. Doesn't really matter. We're going to turn off the shadows anyway, a little bit of a spoiler for later. And then if you wonder, the cube size is important when you have lights that are not only shining from one point of space. So if you have like an area light that's like this and shining light, you would want to adjust the cube size, but we don't want to have anything like that. We don't want to have soft shadows, so we don't really need to change cube size. And if you keep it lower, it's going to be a bit more performance light, I guess. But if you want to just have the highest quality of everything for the shadows, you can also just turn to 496, depending on your PC basically. The next section is the color management.
Okay, this is something that is
very confusing, especially for NPR. What it basically does is it applies a filter over the visuals that you see. So
yes, I was, because it was just something that wasn't, because I'm using a different version of Blender, the one that he said I could use, but so I was fast forwarding. But so I don't like skipping because like then I might actually just miss information. But if I play it on 2x speed, then I can still listen to details.
It looks like this right now. But if I change this from, for example, from AGX, even just like to filmic, you can see it looks a bit different. And then if I change it to raw, for example, it looks different. And then you could even change the look right here. So this is kind of like a LUT if you've ever used like camera color adjustments and whatever, or just like a filter in Instagram, for example. We don't really want to have that in NPR because we want to work with the colors that we determine. After the render settings, I lied. There's a few more settings that we want to go through. Is the
Wait, but what color?
After the render settings, I lied.
Did I just not pay attention enough?
This is kind of like a LUT if you've ever used like camera color adjustments and whatever, or We don't really want to have that in NPR because we want to work with the colors that we determine. After the render settings, I lied.
Oh,
There's
we
a
don't
few
want
more
to.
tabs
Okay.
that we want to go through. Is the output settings. So basically this tab over here, which I just want to make sure that your resolution, or you should always make sure that your resolution is never above 1920 by 1080. Of course, it could be 1920 by
Okay.
1920, I guess, but that's
Good
fine.
night, or
I
not good
think
night, but yeah. I hope you enjoy your rest. I just assumed that it was nighttime, but you could just be taking it out. Thank you. Bye.
oh, you know what? 1920 by 1080 is max. Different anime use different resolutions to create their anime. So there are even like newer anime that are like from 2018 or whatever. There's two different anime, for example, that could be from the same year but look very different. One looks older, one looks newer. They just have a different look based on their resolution. And the highest resolution that I've seen so far is 1920 by 1080. So if you have an anime that looks older, or yeah, whether it is older or just looks older, you should always check what resolution.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I imagine that's how most people experience birth.
Resolution that is, and if you want to create something in that look, you should just copy what resolution they use and then scale it up later if you want to make it a 1920 by 1080, for example. And the last thing that I want to make sure is that the frame rate is set to 24.
Yes.
24 frames per second, nothing else. Don't even think about it. Just keep it at 28 frames. Not 30, not 60, definitely not 60. If I ever see you, you say you do 3D anime, and I ask you what frame rate, and you see anything but 24, I will just leave the conversation immediately, okay? Just 24, nothing else.
You aren't explaining why it has to be at 24. You're just saying you're just out. You're oh my god. Yum yum yum.
Stick with 24. The last thing I want to talk about is the view layer settings. And all I want to make sure really, or that you want to make sure, is that combined is on, Z is on, and
Wait,
command
you
object.
said combined off?
Or that you want to make. The last thing I want to talk about is the view layer settings. And all I want to make sure really, or that you want to make sure, is that combined is on, Z is on, and command object and materials are on. If that is set, then your blend file is prepared.
Wait, but what is the Z? I don't see a Z. Um. My God. My goodness. Maybe I have to go through other. Um.
Prepared for command object and materials are on. If that is set, Z is on.
Okay, so how about Blender? I'm gonna look this up. Blender, new layer, data Z. Classes, data Z. Not. Oh, yeah. Okay.
And command object and materials are on. If that is set, then your blend file is prepared for any 3D anime project, and we can go deeper into the actual material of how to create a 3D anime project.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about the anime art style and what an art style actually is. Here are two different photos from two different anime. They look different, but they're both anime, so how does that work? What exactly makes both of them look different, but still be part of the same thing? Let's, start by defining what an art style actually is. An art style is kind of just the visual rules that you use to define the art style. So something like the colors, the shades, how something is described, the shading, of course, how the anatomy is made, if it's like very blocky, very smooth, whatever, how the scenes are laid out, if it's always like kind of a screenplay, always flat with very specific foreground, background, whatever, if there's more dynamic, if there's I don't know, even like if it's a POV style, that kind of thing, and any other like artistic elements. Like for example, in anime, you have the line art. If you wanted someone to create the style, how you would describe it, what they should follow, so that whenever they create, especially multiple of that art style, multiple images of that art style, those rules kind of describe what they need to keep in mind or what they need to follow to keep that art style the same in each image, for example. Now that we kind of know how to identify an art style and how to kind of figure out what makes an art style look the way it does, let's talk about the basic anime art style and what makes it look like anime. What is the anime art style? I'm going to kind of like in this course mainly cover most or even all anime, but then you can kind of take what I've done here and then maybe apply it to the one and analyze the one that you want to create or that you have in mind and find the even more detailed things that could make that anime style look the way it does. The first thing that I want to talk about are the kind of design characteristics. So how an anime style is designed, kind of the main visual things that you will see.
Oh my goodness, this is not the most useful information. I'm so sorry to the tutorial maker. But like I it's been 30 minutes. And I've only watched 50, I've been streaming for 30 minutes, and I've only watched 15 minutes of the video, and I haven't actually made anything yet. Rah.
When you look at an anime, the first one of those basic design things is cell shading. What cell shading means is if you look at Luffy, for example, he has a very sharp distinction between the light and the shadow, and that's kind of what cell shading is. If you have, like, for example, sphere in 3D and your light is on top, you have like a very fine gradient that goes from very light to the shadow. But in anime, you kind of just draw the distinction between light and shadow. There isn't really any gradients in here, and that's kind of what you would describe as cell shading. You can see it right here, you can see it in Luffy, and you can also see, of course, in this one. The second one that you basically always have is some kind of line art. Sometimes it's more simple, like this one I think it would be like the most traditional one, which is kind of like even line thickness here, and then kind of going around all the shapes. We first of all define the silhouette of any object or any element basically in the scene to distinguish it more from the rest. Here you can see it has line art too, but this one, for example, you can see it has like an orange thick line art as well as a colored line art right here. So this one, for example, explains a lot of the line art a little bit by giving it different colors, for example, but all of them have line art. Another one that kind of applies to most anime is anatomy. So if you want to create an animal, you want to generally follow that animal's anatomy to make it look like that animal. And anime kind of does the same, where if they want to create humans, they follow basic human anatomy for the body, and then they can play around with the face. The face is a bit more stylized than the body. The body is pretty realistic most of the time. Like, you have like the chest here and the abs right here and the rib right here and the biceps, whatever. This always stays the same. It might be a bit stylized, like like the hands or the fingers, or like generally it might be simplified or stylized a bit, but it still follows the basic human anatomy. Face though is much more stylized than the rest, and there you have like all like the face kind of where you have like the creative freedom, I guess, that you can see between different anime. This one, for example, is a bit more like sharp in their shapes. Like the eye is kind of like this pointy oval, whereas this one, for example, is actually also kind of like slimmer. Here, this one's a bit rounder, though the eyes are a bit rounder. And then of course with him, you just have like almost circles for the eyes and just the dots for irises. Something else that you can see visually is when it comes to animation, clip right here, is that if things are very animated, they move very fast, they're generally more simple. So if you have some character, generally if they're standing, has a bit more details in their outfit or whatever, once they're moving, they're going to be drawn much simpler. And that is because, if you have like to draw all these complex and like fast moving scenes, and generally you just have to create so many different frames, you're going to make it simpler just so you can go through them faster. That's just like something that anime tries to do. The same thing happens when things get far away from the camera, they also get simpler, just because you can't draw as much detail as you could in like a close-up. So something that you can also consider for your 3D model. If it's further away, or if it moves faster, just kind of simplify the model a little bit. You kind of adopt this simplification for productivity's sake or efficiency's sake. And then the last thing is just like the very exaggerated poses, exaggerated expressions, close-up foreshortening, or extreme expressions, extreme like eye open, mouth open. Like these are things that you oftentimes also see as visual like characteristics of anime. The second set of characteristics that I want to talk about are the animation characteristics. So how things are animated, how things move throughout time, I guess. The first thing that I want to point out, if I go now look at the timeline, if I go one frame, nothing happens. Second frame, nope. 3, 4, 5. Okay, then there was a new frame. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. This already encapsulates multiple different things that I want to talk about. The first one is limited animation. So as you can already see, not every frame is animated. The animation or the anime might have 20 frames per second, but that doesn't mean that every frame is a new looking frame, or that every frame is drawn anew. Oftentimes you animate on ones, you animate on twos, or you animate on threes, for example. Which basically means that you only create a new frame every second, every third, every fourth frame. This allows you to save a ton of time, because basically if you think about it, if an animation has 24 frames, you would have to draw for every single frame 24 times this character. But if you only animate or create a new frame every second frame, you can already save yourself half the work with it not really looking that much worse. So if this was animated basically at 4 frames, look at that thing, it wouldn't really look that much better. It would look a bit smoother, but it's not really like getting like it doesn't really add anything in terms of motion or whatever. So removing those can save you a ton of time without much drawback. And here, for example, so this one, for example, is animated on twos. What you can also see is that there's a variable frame rate even in a single frame. So if you, for example, let's see if you can find it, have stuff like this, look at him and then compare that to Gaara's sand.
I'm not learning anything. I'm just watching things I already know, and I want to skip ahead, but it's not. It's not. Hello. I recognize your username. Ah! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
The sand is differently animated than Lee. And what that is, what I want to highlight here, is that even within a shot, different elements can have different frame rates. So if Lee, for example, is animated on 2s here, if there was sand here, it could even be animated on 4s, for example, just because it might be more complex, it might not be the main focus of the shot. And this way you can save even more time. And something you have to keep in mind for 3D, like for example, the environment is 3D, and it is just animated on every frame. For environments, that's fine, but if it's for characters, in 3D it's very easy to just have it animated on every frame, but that makes it very quickly look 3D, because you wouldn't do that in 2D. So making making sure that it only is animated or changes every second frame is something, just like something you keep in mind to make something look a bit more 2D. And then the last thing I want to talk about is here in the beginning, because look at his mouth. Nothing moves except for his mouth. Everything else stays the same. The only thing that is animated in this frame is his mouth. Oftentimes, if something doesn't need to be animated, it isn't animated. So here, everything, like the main thing here is him and him talking, I guess. The rest is just kind of like background characters. They don't really need to be animated. So why would you animate them? They could be like moving around, whatever, like kicking dust or whatever. Why? Right? You just like waste time on like a meaningless background that could even like distract from the main thing here. So you just kind of keep it still and only animate what is necessary. And then once he's done speaking, he just stays still and then release
Oh
animate.
my
So
goodness.
it's kind of like they use the animation to draw your attention to things. It saves time and it also helps with storytelling, for example. But something that you need to keep in mind in 3D. If things are not important, they probably don't need to be animated. The last thing I want to talk about is the production characteristics, or how you can also describe is like the effects of the production, how the way the anime is created affects what the final result looks like. The first thing I want to highlight here is if you draw something, but you want to give it like this very detailed pattern, for example, how you can do that? Are you just going to draw these patterns perfectly, like how they would move in perspective around the cloth here? How would you like really do that? Do you just kind of have this more like flatly put on pattern or texture? This is just kind of like a traditional thing that you often sometimes see in anime if they have something like with a lot of detail on them. You kind of do that, you see that for environments too, things interact with environments sometimes, but especially for clothing you can see this, where this basically was in the original drawing just a flat red, for example, and then in post-production and compositing, they added this texture on top, and then they kind of trying to imitate the movement of the arm or whatever, but it doesn't really exactly follow how he moves. It doesn't change with the perspective and whatever. You can see here like the line just moves across the sleeve, because humans can't perfectly create a texture put on this kimono moving with his movements. That reminds me of these fake ads with like just like an image printed on like a hoodie, for example. Like, oh, look at this black hole print, and you can clearly see that's just a picture put on like a hoodie. But what I have here is the hair. Look at the hair right here. This could just be like between characters or like inconsistencies.
Oh my goodness. I'm going to explode into a million pieces. That's it. That's how I decide. Is the future of oh my god. I'm trying to make models for three like and sorry. So this is Blender. It's a 3D software for a variety of things from animation to compositing to like modeling. Wait, I already said that. But um, I'm trying to follow this 15-hour tutorial that I found that seems very useful, except for the fact that I'm not really learning much new. So I'm just kind of watching it, and I'm sorry that I'm not very engaged, but I will try to scroll past this really quickly by
There are artists
playing
that
it
kind of
at
sort of on
two
the fly,
times
usually in
speed.
the same scene. Like there's artists that create the main frames, and then there are artists that kind of create the frames that are in between the main frames. And sometimes there maybe they could be like misunderstanding, or just like forgetting something, or just like not being able to draw something as well as it
Hello.
needs to. For example, here in this case, you can see like a little bit of inconsistency on this hair. The movement, like here, it's kind of in front. It looks like it's in front of the eye, and then it's in front, still in front. Rotation, and then all of a sudden, it's still in front, and all of a sudden it's behind. Whoop, what happened there? Maybe somebody just drew this and didn't see like, oh, it's supposed to be in front, but I thought it's supposed to be behind. No, it's supposed to be in front. And then all of a sudden, next frame, whoop, it's back to front. So this is just like another example for like human error or just like production error. So kind of like small imperfections that are kind of like the characteristics of how anime is created. Another big one is the style difference between anime characters and anime environments. Oftentimes, you can see the characters, of course, are a bit more simplified, sort of stylized realism, I guess.
It looks really hard. Yeah. It's like rocket science, like slash gen. The amount of like icons and like functions that you can do in this it's very expansive. It's like it's very versatile, but like it's a little too overwhelming for someone who's new. Because I've only been doing it on and off for months at this point. So yeah.
But the environments oftentimes look very, not necessarily realistic, but like painterly realistic. They try to capture the realism in this more painterly style. If the environment was drawn, like the characters would look very different. That's what I'm kind of trying to say. So the style difference between the character and the environment is quite big. Also another example of how the production changes the look of the final result. Usually you create the characters separate with different mediums than the environment. So here, for example, you would use like
Meow.
wash. Actually, no, I think like wash is used for like characters, for like to have these very thick and even colors. But then the environments could be like water paint or something else. I don't really know what they use for the environments. But the point is, the environments look very different to the characters. Just another production style characteristic. Another one is motion blur. We just disabled motion blur in the Blender settings because we don't have it. Because if you create an anime, of course you draw individual images, and motion blur is being created by a camera detecting like something moving.
3D, what you are so skilled. I tried 3D once, never again. Oh, I haven't actually done much. I mean, the most I've done, uh, well, so like I made, well, okay, I don't really, I I've been able to make like this black hole design, but I didn't design it myself. I just copied a tutorial, and I don't really have it on me. But I mean, I made like this, which was also from a tutorial. I don't know, just a bunch of fish spinning spiral. Meow. But hello, welcome to the stream.
While the camera is taking a photo, I think, so that it creates like this long streak of an image. Like if I do this, you can see it kind of looks like there's just like this one blob of my hand With anime, you try to imitate that because you can't have real motion blur. You try to imitate it by doing this right here.
Sphere frames,
This
yes.
motion blur looking.
The fish tornado, truly beautiful. Thank you. I'm honored.
This is what they're called. They kind of just try to imitate motion blur, but of course they look a bit different, and you can't really create them in 3D manually, except if you have like a simulation or whatever. But we're not going to talk about that, okay? And the last thing I want to highlight again is something I've talked about before, is the anime production resolution. So something you can see here, for example, both of these anime have been created in the same year, 2018, from what I know, but both of them look very different. This one like super crisp and detailed lines with like very sharp edges, whereas this one looks a bit more blobby, a bit more like blurry, a bit older, because this one has a much lower resolution that it has been created in, like 480 or something, whereas this one is 1080p, so 1920 by 1080 natively is what this has been created
Have I
in.
seen Ponyo? When I was like a kid, I should watch it again. Yeah, I had though. I don't remember much, but Studio Ghibli is awesome. I saw their most recent thing in theaters. I forgot what it was called. It was like The Boy and the Herring. No, wait, The Boy and the. It was like some bird. The fact that I don't remember the title is very telling, but yes, I love Studio Ghibli.
For this one, because they wanted to capture this old feel that we've seen in the past. So the resolution that an anime has to create can also make a big difference in how the final look comes out in the end. So if you see something for an anime, or if you want to create something for an anime that is older, you probably don't want to go with like a basic 1920 by 1080 resolution. You want to go with something like, I don't even know what 480 would be, but once below, you can figure it out for your anime style, and then you would basically scale it up again, upscale it once you have rendered it. You create something like this, and not like this, if that's what you're going for. So these are kind of like the different characteristics that we generally see in anime that you should always keep in mind when you create your own style or when you're analyzing style.
Okay, finally, 3D modeling. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Kind of covered a lot of theory, which can be boring, but it kind of also is the foundation for all the rest that we're going to talk about from now on. So, kind of worked. Now I want to go through it first, so that we have the overarching thing that kind of affects everything out of the way, and then now we can get into the nitty-gritty details. Okay. The first thing I want to talk about.
I love how 3D is just staring at the T-posing character for a second. I'm trying to use this tutorial, but I'm literally 30 minutes in, and there hasn't actually been any actual modeling or anything. So like, I'm so sorry that it's just like the T-posing character. But I will do something soon. Can't see when your eyes are closed. My God. Crazy stuff.
About is of course characters, because usually they are the main focus. So let's talk about those first. I want to go through the entire process of creating a character all the way from scratch, from just a cube. But what I want to give you in this is basically all the information that I think you need to be able to create any character for your anime project, or for most other projects too, yourself. So I'm not going to give you an entire workflow. You can just follow along. It's more going to be like, you're going to learn the tools, and hopefully I'm going to answer as many questions as you might have about this process, so that you can then be confident and create whatever you want on your own. Whenever you think about creating a 3D.
Have you seen how that is the one studio I've seen most Studio Ghibli movies, and I haven't seen that one though, but I plan to. It seems really promising. There's like 1 year of just the basics, and then you step into the terrorism attitude. Yeah.
Okay, the first thing I want you to think
I think I started 3D like last year, or I started in 2021, but I didn't take it seriously until last year. Excuse me. So yeah, I totally believe you. I imagine it's awesome.
about at all times, okay, even when you sleep, is references. You need references, especially if you want to capture the look of a 2D character in 3D. The goal is not to make a 2D model in 3D, the goal is to make a 3D model look 2D. So we need to grab the references, the guides for how it's supposed to look once it looks 2D from external, so whether it's like a character that already exists, or it's a character that you've designed yourself, so that you can then base your 3D model, or let those references guide the 3D modeling process. So this is, for example, a kind of default setup that I use. So imagine this character's gone, right? It's not here yet. What I would always recommend is to have the reference of the character that are kind of like them just kind of standing in the
Please, I just want a model. I just want a model. It's been 30 minutes. It's been 30 minutes. I've been staring at my model for 45 minutes, even longer than the actual length of the tutorial I watched. I can't do this. I can't cope. Oh my God.
From the front and from the side view in your 3D scene. Like this one is a really good one. This one is like a really good reference for creating your 3D model, because it shows you the full character in all the proportions, ideally of course without toes, but if they always have the same pose, then I guess it's fine. Find references of them standing straight like this in a neutral pose.
Or just draw your own references. Truth to
perfect references
what
that
it's saying.
everything you would want. But what you're looking for, first of all, neutral, then standing full body shots from front and from the side, and then if you can also a three-quarter shot. So this one, for example, we could place right here, kind of as if the character's already in 3D environment as this reference. So if I go into front view, orthographic view, if I take the red line as the ground, I want to kind of place it like right standing on the ground like this. Usually I go with the heel as the ground point, because oftentimes 2D characters are modeled with feet slightly slanted downwards. And in these cases, I usually use the heel as the ground position, and the front feet, I guess, they're just kind of below the ground, which don't really matter that much. From 3D modeling, you can adjust it afterwards anyway. But this is kind of like a good example of like a really good reference for 3D also like to find one that is the same but from the side view. In this case, for example, for Luke, I couldn't find one that is like this, and unfortunately, I couldn't really find good reference to, I guess you could call it like Photoshop one together. That's something that I also have to do sometimes. That's probably you have to do sometimes too. It's just like you find little references, and they have like some good things, like oh maybe it's like a shot of a manga panel or like an anime panel of him standing straight. You only see the top part, which is something that you see here with these references. Like here, this one looks pretty good, right? This one, but it doesn't have the lower body, so I had to combine it with this one to create to add the half of the lower body to the legs. And so this way, of course, ideally his legs would be straight, but in this case it's not. You can Photoshop this to be straight, and just as a tip, if you don't have Photoshop, and I wouldn't
Okay,
recommend
I'm
using
so
Photoshop,
sorry.
just
I'm
go
gonna
ahead
be
and
skipping some of this because I can't take this anymore. I can't. Yes, I know Alt Z.
by using the is category show you images, this, and then keep
Yes,
on
mood board. Yes.
like to create this. Oh, that
Meow.
first allows you like about or stuff now.
Meow. 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 I don't like
And
using
where that
Pinterest.
came from cropping, so just like to let that so what you look like is for so you move that so if true make very like or again for animated things like anime. So I get one piece find this like that is
I do
one that
appreciate him sharing
like your
resources
macros.
though.
And if thing is wow, the basic body
Okay,
outline of
finally. Okay.
a cube, and then if you press
Um,
Control 2, you can add a subdivision surface modifier.
Thank
This allows
you.
you to give the
Oh
cube
my God, we're starting. Okay, so Control A, I mean Shift A, Shift Cube. I know that's already Control 2. Oh my goodness, that's loud. I'm so sorry. Um, let's call this body attempt 3. There's not much room about my body. Okay. Um, I'm so sorry. That is like really annoying to me. Um,
more geometry and also smooth it so that it looks like something like this. And the great thing about this is that it allows you to create very organic things with just this very blocky geometry. So if I move this, for example, now you can see how the sphere moves, and this is very useful to block out your character. So for example, here in this case, you can say, okay, I want my character, I'm trying to create Luffy's head, so I can start with like the top head, for example. So this could, for example, be the head, and then if you want to be more detailed, you can either add a second sphere by just shifty duplicating, or you can also just go here and then duplicate it in object mode so that they're separate objects. And then, for example, go in here and adjust it some more. Something also very useful or very important for your 3D model is that the model is basically, if it's not part of the character design, that it is symmetrical. So the right side is the
my
same as
cat
the
is
left
just
side.
staring
This
at the
makes
window like she's
the
not
whole
even
modeling
moving.
process a whole lot
I mean,
easier.
cats are weird. They can do stuff like that all the time. Yeah.
Oftentimes the drawings, of course, are not going to be perfectly symmetrical. Just go with one side and work off of one side and just let the other side be created by something that will be very useful while you're blocking this out, which is the mirror modifier. You can create it by pressing Control, and then for me it's like the little hat icon next to the one, left to the one. It basically automatically
Yes,
adds
the
a
mirror
mirror modifier
modifier.
to your mesh. If you have any trouble working with the mirror modifier, I also have a link in the course page that gives you that is just like a mirror modifier tutorial, because I've
Hello.
seen people have trouble with the mirror modifier. This video should help you fix most of those issues. So now, for example, we can go in here. Alt-Z allows you, for example, to select both vertices. If you don't have Alt-Z enabled, you select this, you only will select the front one, the one that you will see, because it covers the other one. But in this way, for example, we can now go in here.
Wait, so we're really just gonna block in the
and then just
shoulders
kind of
by using
use those
spheres?
spheres to create the basic
What?
the basic shapes. So we can go
Oh,
in
okay,
here, do that.
sure.
And then we can do the same for the
Why not? Usually, like, wait. No. Wait, what? Why is it PC? SC. Wait, why? Oh, because the wait. Okay. Yeah, this is complicated. Okay, let's start with the cube. Control 2. Control A scale. Why don't I have screencast keys on just in case anyone wants to see me? And also, I should put them in the middle. In the middle. So that the mobile viewers can see what I'm referring to. Ah! This is strange. This is not um, how other, I guess I should do a new collection. Uh, body and ring. My way. Stop me before I do something insane. Oh, this isn't my character actually. This is from Shimeji Simulation. It's a manga by TK Miz. Um, I want to make a 3D music video to the manga and a specific song that is a fan creation. Um, but thank you for because I did draw this drawing myself. Um, yeah. Okay. Stop me before I do something insane. Okay, so we need to copy and paste Z Z. This is strange. There's not much wrong about my life.
For the neck, for example, here. Something also very useful for the block out here is the sharpening feature. So if you have an edge selected or a face.
Okay, so let's just try to copy. But why? Oh, wait. Oh, I totally did this wrong. Um, hang on.
If you have an edge selected or
So, like, why are we, because shouldn't we, like, tilt the torso like this or whatever? And then scale, uh, Y. Oh, not me too. I don't know. It feels like I'm doing something wrong. Um, yeah. I feel like it shouldn't be like this. It's like um I learned this other modeling tutorial that like wasn't like just blocking out the shapes like this. Like this is weird in my opinion. But I will keep following the tutorial nonetheless.
for the neck, for example, here. Something also very useful for the block out here is the sharpening feature. So if you have an edge selected or a face selected, a face is really just multiple edges. You can then press
Mhm.
Shift E to sharpen them, which can be very useful. I can show it to you here. If you select this edge and then do this, you can sharpen it just to create like very sharp edges in in times where you need it. Here, for example, if you want to make this just a tube,
Why
just
isn't it
select this
mirroring?
one.
Sorry. Ah, there's a freaking loud leaf blower right next to me, outside my window, outside my door right here, and it's bothering me. Ah! So why isn't the mirror modifier working? Um, whatever.
In times where you need it. Here, for example, if you want to make this just a tube, you can select this and all of a sudden it's a tube. Much more useful for the neck, for example. then we bring it here, put it in there. Look at that. Something is off here.
Okay, I guess we can. What was it?
Just a tube. You can select this, and all of a sudden it's a tube. Much more useful for
How did you do that?
make where you need it. Here, for example, tube. Much more useful
Oh,
for
Shift E. What's a Shift E even do? Edge crease? Oh. I don't know. I don't know why we are doing this. Dude, this sleep layer um is so freaking the torso isn't always tilted. It's usually just a little movement in the head and the chest. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. You should make the circle bigger. Yeah. Um, I think I just did that. Or, I don't know. I'll just spread it like this. It's like, I don't know, I feel like these proportions aren't great. I need to figure out, oh wait, the mirror modifier! I'm exploding.
the neck, for example. And then bring it here, put it in there. Look at that. Something is off here. Why is this one not in the middle? I think I moved.
Okay, this is fine, I guess. Uh, I don't like this method. It's like, I'm so frustrated. Why am I following this tutorial? When there are other tutorials that I could follow. And the sleep blower, I must say. Sleep blower. Stop me before I do something insane.
Off the middle. So let me just bring it into the middle again. Something like this, I guess. I think I did something wrong. What you want to make sure is that the middle is perfectly straight. And then also, of course, that's why we have both sides, not only the front view, but the side view too. We can then not only create the character from the front view, but we can also then see, well, if I go to the side view, it looks kind of weird. This is not really exactly what this is looking like. So now let's just adjust this again, because we see the front view looks fine, but the side view doesn't look fine. So what we only really want to do here with the side view.
What am I doing wrong with mirror modifier?
Just go with one side and work off of one side and just let the other side be created by something that will be very useful while you're blocking this out, which is the mirror modifier. You can create it by pressing Control, and then for me it's like the little hat icon next to the one, left to the one. It basically automatically adds the mirror modifier to your and work off of one.
Oh, I have to be in edit mode, I assume. There we go. X. Um, I don't. Why am I doing it like? I don't understand. Oh, nice. What is it? Is it for like a personal project or something? That's very cool. I was storyboarding something for a friend the other day. I'm still working on it.
One side and just let the other side be created for the this. What rate the character again? Because for example, it needs to be much further back here, and then that looks a lot better. Something useful you can do is also just have one object for the head and one object for the lower face, I guess, for the jaw and nose and whatever. Here you can see it's kind of looking weird now, so we need to bring this back a bit, and this way you can just refine your body more and more and more. The goal with this is only really to capture the broadest shapes. We only
Yes.
want to make sure that the model follows the silhouette, but don't really capture any like details. What we don't want to do right now is like capture like the ear shape is fine, but not like the ear details. I don't know. Of course, this by characters about 2 meter 50 on the right
Mm.
height or not. Staying with allow this is head sculpt and then model the body from there. Model
I
and
have to
after going
sculpt.
through the whole block centimeter high, and then other projects with like 200-meter high characters allows you to use the same settings for all different.
It's for a school, but I got invested. Oh, nice. I love when people take school assignments, like they take creative freedoms, like with or just like investing
Themes.
creativity into
And
it.
once you've gone through the whole block art process, 3D modeling, like simple block art process with cubes, it could look something like this. And this is the block art that I made for the loop.
So why didn't you show the whole process? I'm out here crying alone because I didn't get to. Okay. Um, I really don't like this method. Like before, I was like doing um modeling like this, and this was like much more intuitive. Because like now I'm going to have to sculpt with a tablet, and like that is not that is not cool. Not cool. Not what I signed up for. It's about a realm of hobbies where it's like clouds and different texts for different hobbies. Let's go over a kid where they pick art and loved it. It's still work in progress. It's not finished. Oh, that's very neat. It's okay that it's a work in progress. I didn't expect you to be done or anything. Please keep at it. I think it would be very cool to see it finished. I don't. It's like, why do you not, um, you know?
Luffy model.
Okay, well let's just try to how do you do the
Let's see
hands though?
this. This is the
You do the
Luffy
hands, oh
animation
my
here.
god. How do you expect us to model hands? Question mark. Okay. But I will try. Um but oh, it's like I don't know. This is so frustrating. Rah! At least I sketched the proportions beneath the actual um
The Luffy model. As you can see here, I actually sculpted the head already. So if you want to, you can also start with a head sculpt and then model the body from there. But in this case, you already can see the full body. If you're new to sculpting or new to the whole blocking out process or character modeling in general, I would recommend that you start by blocking out the full body first, which could look, for example, like this. So this could be like a basic body block out where you have the head looking like this. This is like a good starting point for your sculpt. Um, Once you have this, once you have created your character block out, you then want to make sure that all these individual cubes, they're supposed to be scale 1 and have location 0. The way you can just make sure that that's the case is just select everything like this and then Control A to apply, and we want to apply the location rotation scale. Since we want to do all of them, we can just say all transforms.
um, I don't get it. Ah! Okay, let's check out the resources that he gave. So, little characters. I love this project because it was a concept that I was daydreaming about in fourth grade. Oh my goodness, that is such a uh, interesting origin story. Um, like if I ever did anything from when I was in fourth grade, it's like I would I don't remember what I was daydreaming about back then. So okay, um, sorry, I'm gonna look at another um tutorial.
So you want to make a character. Well, there are a few ways to go about it. I prefer box modeling, that's what I'm doing in this video, and it's basically just starting with simple shapes, pushing points around, and slowly adding detail as you need it. Another common workflow is sculpting, modeling first, then A and add in a cube right here. And if you're wondering why my colors look like this and you want yours to look like this, you can just go up to the top right up here, click this arrow, set it to matte cap, and choose this one or one of the other ones from the list. And I also always have cavity turned on and set to both. And this just accentuates the edges and makes it a little easier to see. So this cube is going to be used for the torso. I'm just going to press 1 to look from the front right here and tab into edit mode. And this should already be selected, but you can also press A to select everything. So you might pull as to squeeze here, press to face.
Yeah, this guy is like extruding.
Thumb and
Oh my god.
Scale to go into face thumb.
I'm
not
much
going to make all the fingers. This is going to be kind of mitten style. Press 3 to go into face.
I would much prefer the extrusion process rather than just copy and pasting, but you know what? I'm just gonna follow everything about this tutorial that I can. So let's just oh my god. Let's try our best. Like, oh my god. I can't click on the individual. Oh my god. I'm literally gonna cry.
And that should
Do you have
everything.
the subdivision applied?
You actually need this.
No, you don't.
And then convert mesh, which basically just applies all modifiers on all objects.
Oh, you do apply them.
Mesh, which basically just applies all.
Oh damn. What? Yeah, there has to be a better way to do this. I'm not having fun. Okay. I wish.
All modifiers on all objects. So now we have actually the geometry that we can now work with. Now what we want to do is just bring all the individual objects, as you can see here, together into one object. So except for the hands, of course, and the head. Let's start with this, for example. Let's select everything here for the main body, like this. And then we can press Ctrl J to join it all together. So now all...
Let's just try our best. Let's just try our best. Bring this down. Find this. Yes, I agree with that sentiment. Do your best every day. This is fine. So like there was this other tutorial called Modeling for Animation. I forgot who it was by, but it was like not sculpting, and it was Well, there was a little bit of sculpting, but it wasn't like using your tablet sculpting. And like this is like so much different. Rah. Okay, that works. Let's subtract to eat all our scavenging, let our body clothed in colorful sheets. Yeah, we can even look like that. Because there is a curve to the I no more yearn for the start of this world. Crushing pain as this loneliness world. I might have it. I don't know how to do this. Three. Why? That is not working out. It's like I'm very nervous to like put in like loop cuts and stuff. If I will make this official, I'll most likely voice the MC because she's a kid and I have a natural baby voice. Oh, okay. I wish for you success with that. Generally. I hope it turns out great.
Mode, or that button up there, E to extrude out for the modifier panel. It looks like a little wrench. If you want to mess with any, let's turn the reference back on and just scale it to a point where you think it looks good or if it matches the reference. Now with everything in place, let's press A, Control A, and apply the scale. This is important for modifiers because a lot of modifiers look at the scale and this will change how they act. So it's important to apply your scale right now. Nothing is named over here. You can either select things over here, double click, and rename it. So I'll name this head, or you can do this in the viewport by let's do the hands next. So we drag it out right about here. I'll select these points and drag this out. And I'm going to add a few loops now. So
Okay, maybe I can Oh, it's okay. You don't have to apologize. I understand that people can be busy with like other things. It's like totally like fine. There's no harm in, you know, having other things to do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. You really don't have to. Like, Jilly, I don't want to put that pressure on you, so you're literally fine. Um, dude.
this is a one object. We can do the same for the hands, and of course
Oh
for
my
the head. If there was like
god.
two separate head objects, in this case there's not. Now we have this object, this like both hands, and then the head. Well, the problem that we will run into if we go into scope mode now is we might be sculpting, but they're still not connected. As you can see, they're still separating if we go adjusted in scope mode. So we still need to do one more thing so that we actually merge them all together, which is we just go in here and then we apply a new modifier, which is called the remesh. Put the remesh on there, and then
This is fine. Something feels wrong though. Like maybe, let's see. Yeah, I was about to say something. This, let's see. Three. I think I just want to do some writing or something now. It's like, it's too difficult. Booba! You better fast moment and get that real success. I don't know. Are you making a 3D thing or yes, I am. Uh, and Blender, which is a 3D modeling software. Yes. Um, you meant PYJAS? What are you referring to? Sorry, sometimes YouTube automod deletes messages, so like I think this may be a case of me not seeing the first message. Because I only see one message after no problem.
it looks kind of weird. And that is because we don't have enough geometry. The voxel size basically describes the resolution of the mesh. Right now it's too low, so we need to reduce the voxel size. What you can do, for example, is just add a 0 here, and then all of a sudden we always go with one side and work with subject pressing A basically, and all like weakers. I think I moved right side, and then that's what before divisor to the ground maximum 2 meters, and recommend not also as you can see here, I actually sculpted the head already.
Are you still working on the animation music video, or I go check it out? Yes, I'm still. It's gonna take months. I'm letting you know right now. It will not come out anytime soon, so I apologize. Mm. Oh wait, why did the? Yes, there we go. This is good. I don't understand why the. What is it called? Like the. Dweeb? My God. And sorry, I don't speak Korean. yeah, no, it's gonna because it's a long process, you know. It's like modeling, animation, uh, UV unwrapping, just a lot of things to do. Um, but I don't know. I don't know why this is giving me so much trouble. That's cool. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Um, I'm not really proud of it, but yeah.
So if you want to, you can also start with a head sculpt and then model the body from there. But in this case, you already can see the full body. If you're new to sculpting or new to block the whole
I am new. Yeah.
So let's add a loop cut right here with Control R. Control R again. Let's select these.
I guess I can't be afraid of adding loop cuts. I just oh, because the scale. Okay, I get it. Um,
blocking out process or character modeling in general, I would recommend that you start by blocking out the full body first, which
I'm gonna cry and sob and explode and uh, um, let's try to um, because like there's clearly like something I'm doing wrong. So like we can add loop cups here. This maybe like make this smaller. This smaller. Uh, I love that is integrate this. It was me, your good old friend. I would lie for you. Let's see. Oh. Um, it was me, your good old friend. Losing your good old friend. Um, I don't actually like that. Why does it increase it so much? Like, why? I don't know. What's your dream? I don't know. I hope to one day produce a series of episodic well, I messed up the order. The episodic series that I've written um with full animation and everything. Um, yeah, that is kind of what I'm thinking.
I don't feel anything.
Well, how much funds do you need for that to happen? Well, it's not really a budget of money, it's more of a budget of time. Um, it's like, I currently only make art for like a maximum of 3 hours a day, when I used to do it for like 10 hours. And like, I just need to put more effort on my part and actualize it, uh, and make it happen. It's just that like, I have like a lot of different factors that prevent me from making as much art as I want to. So, um, yeah. Why are you here? Uh, are you referring to me or someone else? My God. Oh, sorry, I put the wrong tab. Um,
Could look, for example, like this.
I don't really get this.
Points right here, move them down a little bit. These ones right here, and pull them up. We can just
Yeah, I should work on the feet. Because they're very underdeveloped. I can put a loop cut. Drop this here. Drop this here. Um, is that really how wide they're? Okay. What pronouns? They're on screen. Or sorry, right here. You look like Call Me Shazam. I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. Um, hmm. Um. Well, there's just. Um. It's fine, I guess. Here we go. That's. Do I suppose. Yeah, that's fine. That's adequate. Put it lightly. Um. Character modeling for beginners. My God. I do not like this. And that's okay, because I just have to keep moving forward anyways. So if I go here, yes, there are two joints for the thumb, because it is two joints. Um, Hello. Move this lower. I don't know. I'm just kind of blocking out shapes like it told me to. Yeah, that's fine. Did I get the scale right? I mean, it doesn't have to be exact. Um, um, it's like
So this could be like a basic
how precise
phrase,
does it have to
like
be? Because you said not
where you
to,
have the
I don't know.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it then. It has like what white tall. You're gonna just see. I'm gonna move it to the side just like that, and I'm gonna do a mirror, and I'm gonna right specifically. So you're as much as straight up create a. We're
This
gonna
is so
try
much
to
different
change
from.
this.
Oh my goodness! Hello. I I don't understand. It's like the ways that you can model and block out a character are so the variety of it is like discouraging. It's like I really just want to, I don't know. But I will keep trying. Never give up. Do you have a 3D printer? No, I do not. Um, my friend does though. I once printed out a little fish that I modeled. That was it though. I know. It's like the tutorial. I don't get what I'm doing. It's just telling me to make everything oval, and like I, I don't understand, but I will follow. And then I don't know. I can add like so like for here, I added some loop cuts for the legs to like make them more less ovally. But like I don't understand what I'm doing. It said just to just like block out the basic proportions and stuff. So that's what I'm doing. And I will follow it as much as I need to. Have you ever fished? I have one, then a fish slapped me in the face and flopped away. I'm sorry for laughing. Yes, I have fished when I was like a kid. Plenty of times actually. Um, and it was pretty fun. Um, hello. But yeah, that, and then we can, um, guess what instrument I'm gonna get. I don't know, maybe a viola? That's what rolling on the floor. Oh, okay. No, okay. I have no idea then. There. That looks, wait. Yes. Guitar. Oh, nice. Oh, wait. Someone was guessing a jar. A Hachi. I've never heard of that instrument. Wow. Oh, what did I just do? Oh. All my tabs got, yeah, gone. Sorry. I need to bring back all my tabs. I think I pressed the Windows key on accident. Um, okay. Um, this is fine. A Japanese instrument. Ooh, what does it sound like? Is it like percussion or like strings or why did YouTube have XP? I don't know. It's a new feature. When I first started streaming, it wasn't like that, but yeah, it's just something they added. Um, like sound like I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, happy early birthday or whenever it is. Glad you got a cool present for that. Um, Closet light getting out of hand, and my sleep I out once more getting out of hand. What's your traumatic but funny for others interaction with animals that got caught on camera at the wrong time? What's your traumatic but funny for others interaction with animals that got caught on camera at the wrong time? I don't know what you're asking. I'm so sorry. Um, I uh, I don't know. I've never had that situation where like something funny has happened while on camera. You can move this down. Why is it up? Okay, I'll see. That's a little better. Um, it's like, what if we move this face this way? I don't really get what I'm doing, but I can try to. This worked on my list. God, what am I doing? Uh, Traumatized by starfishes. What happened? My God. I don't. This is not working. I think this is fine. We can just figure it out like later. Um, that's okay. Um, so I don't know how precise because like okay, so the final product that this person has modeled um is like a lot different. I don't know. Excuse me. Um, but it looked as there are toes reaching out to grab my hand and then I was trying to take a pic, dropping it and then running away and running to the picture. Oh, that's yeah, no, I can understand why that would affect you. It's very valid. Feel. it's good to feel sad about it. Like, um, you know, it's just a natural human reaction that you can't really control. It's like just survival instinct or whatever. So, what am I trying to build? The reference image that I drew on the side. So like, I'm trying to make a character model. In my starless world, in my starless. Okay, I'll try to move on to the
The
next
head looking
steps, I
like this.
guess.
This is like a good
Or before I do
starting
that,
point.
I should adjust the hand. So, because there is like a wrist to the hand. Why isn't the alt working? Oh. Um, I don't know. He is more important than you. Okay, this is adequate. I guess. Um, let's just. I think there's something wrong with the neck. Yeah, there is. Let's try moving it to the. Okay, that is. I'm glad I stuck to this because, like, um, I don't know. I find the process to be, you know, I think I can change the legs too. Oh wait, why? What? Oh, I thought the legs were uneven. It's like I thought I put the symmetry tool, but I did. I did. No, it's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Mm. Okay. Yeah, no, this is cool. So let's follow the tutorial again.
Point for your sculpt. Um, once you have this, once you have created your character block out, you then want to make sure that all these individual cubes, they're supposed to be scale 1 and have location 0. The way you can just make sure that that's the case is just select everything like this, and then Control A to apply, and we want to apply the location rotation scale. Since we want to do all of them, we can just say all transforms, and that should, make sure that everything is exactly what it's supposed to be. Now, we could theoretically go in here and already, switch to scope mode and then just start sculpting on this, but we want to do something first. Since this is just a block out with individual objects, now we want to merge the objects together so they can all work together into one character and make this look less like a puppet or a robot and more like an actual character body with no weird like separations like this. The first thing I would recommend you do is keep the hands, body and head separate. When you're sculpting, the body generally needs less geometry resolution than the hands, for example, or the head. So I would just recommend that you don't merge these all together in one. Since you've applied a subdivision surface modifier to this, there's no armature here too, but it doesn't matter. We want to make sure that we actually can use this geometry. Right now it's stored in the subdivision surface modifier. We don't need this. We want to use this geometry. So what we want to do is just select all of this and then use your search button. For me it's space. For you it might be F3, I think, if it's the default. If you just look for mesh, for example, you can find object, convert mesh. You can find it here, object, and then convert mesh, which basically just applies all modifiers on all objects. So now we have actually the geometry that we can now work with. Now what we want to do is just bring all the individual objects, as you can see here, together into one object. So except for the hands, of course, and the head. So let's start with this, for example.
Jeez.
Select everything here for the main body, like this, and then we can press.
That was not supposed to happen.
Control J to join it all together. So now all of this is a one object. We can do the same for the hands, and of course the head. If there's like two separate head objects, in this case there's not. Now we have this object, this like both hands, and then the head. Well, the problem that we will run into if we go into scope mode now is we might be sculpting, but they're still not connected. As you can see, they're still separating if we go adjusted in scope mode. So we still need to do one more thing so that we actually merge them all together, which is we just go in here and then we apply a new modifier, which is called the remesh. Put the remesh on there and then it looks kind of weird. And that is because we don't have enough geometry. The voxel size basically describes the resolution of the mesh. Right now it's too low, so we need to reduce the voxel size. What you can do
Okay,
is
thank you.
just add a 0 here, and then all of a sudden we already have way more geometry. I have like a standard resolution voxel size that I do.
This
If you
is
have a
not
model
what
that
I.
is 2 meters in height, or like, you know, related to the 2 meters in height that I talked about before, which is like around 0.05 or 0.03. So 0.01 is already quite a lot. Let's go with like 0.03. This is quite rough. I guess for this model, for example, you would want to use it a little bit more. Actually, 0.05 is pretty good. So maybe I just missed a 0 in my notes. 0.03, 0.05 seems like a pretty good number. This gives you plenty of geometry to work with. And it also, since it is remeshing now, it merges all these objects together. So now these objects, these individual block out shapes.
There is an issue though. Okay, thank you. You too. The yeah, as you can see, the okay, I'll just go with 42. See if I can fix that later.
And we can use this to sculpt. So now we just need to apply this, and then we can go into scope mode to actually sculpt. So like merge these together well, you know, create more defined connections and whatever, and make this look even more like the references. Something that I would always recommend in scope mode, just real quick, since you've seen it here, I haven't had it turned on, is just to make sure that you have symmetry enabled. It just saves you half the work. In case you don't really see any tools and no tool is selected, you can either open the tools but with T, pressing T, so you can open here this tool shelf on the left, or something else that you might see is that it looks like this, where no tools are there. You can see these tools, but that's not all tools that exist. If you use the 5.0 Blender 5.0 version, they added a new kind of tool shelf down here too, which you can only really see with this little arrow right there. And if you click it, you can see all the tools that exist. You might be inclined to add a lot of detail to your 3D character heads, but I would really recommend you not to go further than what we've used here for the remesh. So this, like 0.03, 0.005, is really all you need to create a good first head sculpt. Since the sculpt is only really going to be a base that you're then going to model the actual geometry of your character on top of, with retopology later, or
Where is this
whatever you want to call it, this is only there to capture the broad shapes of the character. It's not going to be there to capture details. The details come later. You don't really need to to go further than the resolution 0.005, 0.003. And I would recommend you don't do it because it allows you to, it prevents you from going too detailed. don't waste time on details, okay? Do not. Something you might encounter, which you've seen here, if you see like, oh, I forgot to block out, for example, a horn right here. Whoop. Something you might notice, especially with these snakehook brushes, that you run out of geometry. You don't really have much more geometry to work with. If you get into that
I
position,
feel like I should make
you
it
can
on the
add more
point.
geometry, or you can remesh it again in scope mode. So if you have something like this, for
Point
example,
zero
and then you see, oh, I need a bit more.
two.
You see you have the remesh section right here. And if you go here, you can see you have the voxel size, just like the setting that we did before with the 0.005, 0.003, something like that. So what you can do here to make sure that we use the same resolution, we could just type it in, but I'm not exactly sure if the voxel size is the same between scope mode and the modifier. So what I like to do is just use this, the sample detail size, click this, and then it copies what it sees under the cursor from the scope onto here. And then, for example, we can just hit
I've not been paying attention for the past like 50
It's
seconds.
not going to be there to capture the details. The details come later. You don't really need to go further than the resolution 0.005, 0.003. And I would recommend you don't do it because it allows you to, it prevents you from going too detailed. don't waste time on details, okay? Do not. Something you might encounter, which you've seen here, if you see like, oh, I forgot to block out, for example, a horn right here. Whoop. Something you might notice, especially with these snakehook brushes, that you run out of geometry. You don't really have much more geometry to work with. If you get into that position, you can add more geometry, or you can remesh it again in scope mode. So if you have something like this, for example, and then you see, oh, I need a bit more. You see you have the remesh section right here. And if you go here, you can see you have the voxel size, just like the setting that we did before with the 0.005, 0.003, something like that. So what you can do here to make sure that we use the same resolution, we could just type it in, but I'm not exactly sure if the voxel size is the same between scope mode and the modifier. So what I like to do is just use this, the sample detail size, click this, and then it copies what it sees under the cursor from the scope onto here. And then, for example, we can just hit remesh again, and it remeshes it, and then we have more geometry to work with. So this is for example,
This
more
is
geometry
painful.
and fix like these stretchy geometry sections. I know that you're already thinking about it, but I am telling you the remesh feature is not there to make your scope more detailed. You will not spend a lot of time with this. It just gives you a guide for the future geometry of your character, okay? Do not go too far with this. Something else that I want to give you as a tip is if you're sculpting your character, you probably wonder like, do I sculpt the mouth or not? Do I sculpt the inside of the mouth or not? No, you don't need to sculpt the mouth because we're going to remesh this afterwards, re-topologize this afterwards. And so we don't need the mouth. We're going to add the mouth later. So just don't do it, okay? Don't do it. We don't need it right now. Something also you might notice if you're trying to hit the likeness or, you know, like achieve likeness with your reference is that the head might look weird. I would recommend you, I would recommend you to do that always, is to sculpt the hair, at least in a very, very rough block out. So in this case, for example, what you could do if you don't have this yet, what you could do, for example, is just grab a sphere, scale it down and bring it up, and then put it there, like this, and then you can use this to sculpt the hairstyle. I would recommend
Oh
that
my
you do this.
god.
You can see I made a mistake because I didn't apply the transformations. I also didn't apply the remesh because I am a noob. And then in scope mode, you can see we can sculpt the hair. Characters are very defined by the hairstyle, especially anime characters. If you want to do an experiment, you can just take any especially female anime character, and just try to draw only the head, not the hair, without the hair. Just draw like an outline around the head. You can see oftentimes that the forehead is like massive and the hair kind of just basically hides it. And somehow the hair being massive, like high, doesn't look as weird as if it's just a bald head. So having a hair blockout oftentimes helps with seeing the likeness in your 3D model as well. So whenever you do this, I would also recommend you do create a very rough version of your characters here, like this, for example. Just a very rough version, just so that the ginormous forehead is hidden underneath the beautiful hair blockout. Once you have something that looks pretty good, and you think like, you know what, this looks kind of nice. I don't really know what to do. then I would recommend you once again to check the front and side view. Of course, you should always do that while you're sculpting, but especially once again, once you say like, oh, this looks pretty good, see if there's anything else that you see that is off. And if not, then I would also recommend you to go and look at it from all angles like this freely. Is there anything like, oh, do the eyes, like if you look at it from 3/4 view, do the eyes look good? Or do I need to bring them forward?
This isn't this isn't the most helpful I thought this would be like the solution, and this is like what I'm gonna follow like the to the letter. But it's not. It's just like it's like a collection of resources to other tutorials. Like if I go to the website that he my god.
In this full Blender sculpting course for beginners, you will learn all important sculpting basics while step by step creating this fun Moai sculpture from scratch, including sculpting, coloring, animation and rendering, so you will end up with a fun looping video that you can share with the world. All you need is Blender 4.0 or above, a simple graphics tablet, more on that later, and a basic understanding of Blender's general functions like navigation and basic modeling. Check out my other free Blender beginner course if you never used Blender before, link below. However, for this course here, no prior sculpting skills are required. By the way, if you want to have a better experience watching this free course, head over to our CG Boost Academy and join the course there.
But he said to add hair. So I'm going to add hair. Meow. I no more yearn for the star. Oh, I never. I forgot to fuse the feet. The feet. Yeah, we can recover this. Around in my head, 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 around in my brain and blood beneath that skin. Wonder if this body's real. No one to prove my existence. That's a water in my head.
Just make sure it's fine. And then your service, we don't think see the problem too low. But I go with something that I would always recommend in scope mode, just real quick, since you've seen it here, I haven't had it turned on, is just to make sure that you have symmetry enabled. It just saves you half the work. In case you don't really see any tools and no tool is selected, you can either open the tools with T, pressing T, so you can open here this tool shelf on the left, or something else that you might see is that it looks like this, where no tools are there. You can see these tools, but that's not all tools that exist. If you use the 5.0
Oh wait, oh my god.
add more geometry, or
Okay. Ah! Dude, this is not working. How do you add like yes. This is wait, what? How do you click something? I don't get it. Ah!
Or you can remesh it again in scope mode. So if you have something like this, for example, and then you see, oh, I need a bit more, you have the remesh section right here. And if you go here, you can see you have the voxel size, just like the setting that we did before with the 0.005, 0.003, something like that. So what you can do here to make sure that we use the same resolution, we could just type it in, but I'm not exactly sure if the voxel size is the same between scope mode and the modifier. So what I like to do is just use this, the sample detail size, click this, and then it copies what it sees under the cursor from the scope onto here. And then, for example, we can just hit remesh again, and then it remeshes it, and then we have more geometry to work with. So this is, for example, how you can add more geometry or fix like these stretchy geometry sections. I know that you're already thinking about it, but I am telling you the remesh feature is not there to make your scope more detailed. You will not spend a lot of time with this. It just gives you a guide for the future geometry of your character, okay? Do not go too far with this. Something else that I want to give you as a tip is if you're sculpting your character, you probably wonder like, do I sculpt the mouth or not? Do I sculpt the inside of the mouth or not? And no, you don't need to sculpt the mouth because we're gonna remesh this afterwards, re-topologize this afterwards, and so we don't need the mouth. We're gonna add the mouth later, so just don't do it. Okay, don't do it. We don't need it right now. Something also you might notice if you're trying to hit the likeness or, you know, like achieve likeness with your reference is that the head might look weird. I would recommend you, I would recommend you to do that always, is to sculpt the hair, at least in a very, very rough blockout. So in this case, for example, what you could do if you don't have this yet, what you could do, for example, is just grab a sphere, scale it down and bring it up, and then put it there, like this, and then you can use this to sculpt the hairstyle. I would recommend that you do this. You can see I made a mistake because I didn't apply the transformations. I also didn't apply the remesh because I am a noob. And then in scope mode, you can see we can sculpt the hair. Characters are very defined by the hairstyle, especially anime characters. If you want to do an experiment, you can just take any especially female anime character, and just try to draw only the head, not the hair, without the hair. Just draw like an outline around the head. You can see oftentimes that the forehead is like massive and the hair kind of just basically hides it. And somehow the hair being massive, like high, doesn't look as weird as if it's just a bald head. So having a hair blockout oftentimes helps with seeing the likeness in your 3D model as well. So whenever you do this, I would also recommend you do create a very rough version of your characters here, like this, for example. Just a very rough version, just so that the ginormous forehead is hidden underneath the beautiful hair blockout. Once you have something that looks pretty good, and you
How do you sculpt hair?
Separated into more pairs when watching of a mouse. Click on the lower pen button, which is a bit easier to access, and right mouse button click on the upper button. I also enabled click and tap and set the mapping to be projected only on one of my two monitors. I highly recommend setting up your graphics tablet the same way so you can easily follow the rest of the course. Click the link in the video description to find a more detailed video on how I set up my graphics tablet and what type of graphics tablet I recommend. And if you're wondering, sculpting with a mouse is possible too, although it might be a bit harder to get nice shapes and it could spoil the fun. So if possible, do yourself a favor and get a simple graphics tablet. So
I don't wanna. I think I will come back to this later. It's like I'm not I'm not. I'm not having fun. So I will turn off Blender. Goodbye, Blender. Hello, Final Draft 12. Final Draft 12, my beloved. Maybe I can make music. I don't know. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Do I want to keep shooting? Hello? I've gotta do something. I've gotta go somewhere. I gotta become someone and use my magic powers. My magic powers. My magic powers that let me do anything, go anywhere, become anyone. Um, I should try to make music. But it's like I do want to do that on stream, but I should learn to have confidence with myself. Do it on stream anyway. Um, my daughter has a mustache. I mean, yeah, some women have facial hair. That wouldn't be very nice. Um, Interesting stuff. Um, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Um, that happens somewhat often though, where someone just leaves like they introduce like a random topic of conversation, and like And it's just like weird champ, as the Twitch emote would put it. But okay. I want to do some writing, but I don't know what to write. Oh, I know what I can write. You know. Okay, so I was thinking it's like, where is it? Every living, breathing moment. It's like I have been so inspired by this music, and I've come to inextricably associate the sort of orchestral quality of its execution as associated with, I believe, they cap, and yeah, that's possible. I don't really care either way. Um, okay, but I was thinking it's like, uh, okay, so let me try to write this. So above the four of them. My goodness. I don't know how to describe this. So okay, I should try to meow. Um, rah. I should my water bottle. Well, wait, let's actually read the scene from the beginning again. Cumulus clouds meet the overexposure of a blinding singular point within the center of the sky. Between the gaps of white puffs, the distant presence of land hovers behind the star. An isosceles trapezoid appears above a field of wheat, the three of them tumbling onto its expanse, flattening the crops. Ella stumbles onto the ground. The side of her face plants into the dirt. She groans, with the eye closer to the floor remaining closed as her other opens weakly. Anne reaches out towards her. Are you okay? With an affirming hum, Ella pushes herself up and reaches for her face for grasping her elbow. Ella stands up completely and brushes the dirt off her plexi. She looks out to her side and to the side of him pointing. It's him! The statue of a distant figure hovers over their heads up into. It's actually him! The pale skin and blue eyes of her face turn towards the three of them. Ella reaches for her chest. A fist tightens above her heart as Faith mimics the gesture. M gasps and skips towards him. The distance between the two of them closes as Faith starts to run as well. Ella's gait hesitates. She takes a step, freezes for a moment, then begins to walk. The arms of a saint spread to each side as far as they can extend. M leaps into his grasp and the two of them hug with a twirl, joined by Faith moments after. I'm a huge fan! Sorry, I don't really feel like doing voice acting. But hi, Silent Star, welcome to the stream. Um, she stares at him. Um, I don't know. Excuse me. I don't know how to execute this. I don't know. I don't know. It's like I'm just thinking of, uh, oh my God. Is that the Bible? No. Uh, I'm writing a script, and it has religious elements in it, but it is not the Bible, no. What are you up to? I'm writing a script. I'm just thinking about how, so like I really like this music that is currently playing every living breathing moment. I was like, oh my God. Not that I should like just steal uh the whole thing. I want to make my own music when I eventually produce this, hopefully, but like I was like, I want to kind of take the energy and tone that this music represents and integrate it into the story and actually like delineate the tempo and like the various qualities of the music. And so I'm just trying to write a story, basically. And it's currently 215 pages. My goodness. My goodness. Oh wait, I forgot to. You want to cry, but yeah. Are you a producer? I am trying to be. It's like I my experience with music is very minimal. I just bought FL Studio like last year, and by last year I mean literally like the last couple days of 2025. So and thank you for the encouragement though, and the compliment. Yeah, okay. So without reading it, the way I like to pitch it is like, imagine a world where magic is real. In this world, the magic power that you have as an individual directly correlates with the severity of your mental illness. That means the more mentally ill you are, the more magic powers you have. Now you can imagine that a strong mage can't actually use their powers effectively because of how mentally ill they are. So my story follows a character that can set things on fire, but the only thing she can set on fire is herself, and it kind of follows the sort of representation of like self-image issues and anxiety and interpersonal issues that follow such a prompt. And in this arc, they literally meet God, the Abrahamic God, and I thought that was interesting. So, um, but yeah, of course you can ask about it. Ah! Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm proud of how unique it is. Cause like, I haven't ever heard of anyone I'm not the first person to come up with that idea for sure. I'm sure someone else, but the first one to execute it in the way I have. Um, meow. I mean, yes. Okay. Oh, hello. And yes, I do go live every day. Pretty much. I mean, sometimes I take breaks, like the entire month of, or not the entire month, but the majority of the month of April last year, I didn't stream. But like, yeah, I've been streaming every day for like several months now in a row. And I usually stream every day. It's just sometimes I skip days. Fire expand with a saturated red. Meow. In the very corner of the video, there's a stamp for something. It's beside yourself if someone walking. Does that stand for anything? Yes, those are my neopronouns. And so I designed the pedestrian sign. It's my profile picture, and I thought it would just be a good watermark and a good way to convey what pronouns I use. And so she, her for simplicity, but I also doubt. Wait, don't tell anyone this, but I'm secretly a fish. Don't tell anyone. But yeah, um, that is the idea. It always charms me when someone notices it, or at least points it out, because I'm sure it's on screen and people notice it, but a lot of people don't ask about it. I just said that out loud because your readers can't hear the music. Oh yeah, this is a script. This is a 215-page script I've been working on for like over a year now. And this is a script writing software called Final Draft 12, which I absolutely adore. Yeah. Okay. I wish for you success with your scrolling journey. Oh, doom scrolling. Oh no. Well, I at least you acknowledge it. I was wondering what room scrolling was. Okay, bye. So you know in anime how each character each character tends to have their own unique auditory motif and whatnot. Well, God's theme where well God has a theme. Hello. $90 millimeters or meters of water? What does that mean? Like rain? Damn. Yeah, no, I hope you stay safe or whatever. I don't know how, like, sorry, I don't really have a point of measurement on how serious that is, but, given what you said and the context is, I can imagine it's quite severe. Oh, damn. Wow. That's really unfortunate. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's too close for comfort. what is your favorite manga? What is? I just want something funny. It's like when is it? So this takes place in 2018, which I'm pretty sure is when Chainsaw Man came out, like the first couple chapters. So like I'm leaning towards Chainsaw Man. Um, you snore when you sleep? No, I don't. Um, I did try reading it, and it's just in another language, so that's perfectly okay. Meow. Okay, thank you for letting me know. I'm writing. This is a script I've been working on for over a year. Um, and I'm sorry. I'm just. Okay. Good night. Yeah. So like part of me wants to just end stream and call it a day because it's been like 3.5 hours. But like, I don't know. I feel like I should continue to make art even though I don't feel inclined to. It's like I should really try. Sorry. There was something in my eye. Or why did I use past tense when it's still in my eye? Oh my goodness! What an eccentric idol! Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Oh, I wanted to play Sweet Danger Insignificant Show. What? Where is it? It has to be somewhere. Where is it? Did they really get rid of it? Oh wow. I love this song. Hello. Yeah. Yes, I could. I'm writing a script. It's currently 220. It's 20 pages. Oh my God, 220. Wow. But yeah, I'm writing a script. Uh, and that's what I'm doing. Yeah. How do I word this? I have always. I am so incredibly. Yeah. Um, I don't know. My goodness. Yeah. You made a song? Whoa! What kind? Which? My God. Oh, with your... Oh, nice. That's so cool. Okay. Yeah. Can you make a song tomorrow? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I did. I do want to work more with FL Studio. I just, I don't know. I'm not very confident. Okay, bye. I'm a living lie. You might be. Yeah, sorry, I did not see your message until now. But you might be the only one there. I don't know. I don't really check the viewer count. Like for you, the time you fared the best, the last time you made a real success. Fish, fish, fish. It's true. The fish are real. Hello. Yeah? No worries though. It's never any obligation to like check in. Living in the living if I'm living. Oh, you have tea. Okay. But yeah, that's valid. You can do that if you'd like. Um, fish. Meow. Meow. I don't know how to write this scene. It's like I don't know I don't know enough about the subject matter to kind of do justice to like what I was envisioning. But I'll try my best. Uh,
I dream inside, yeah, dream inside, yeah, dream of meaningless outside. I must have dreamed it. If Wittgen's time is right, I shouldn't care. Step back, enjoy my life, this starless sky. I'm content with my place in the universe this time. Swallowed and
how do I explain this? I'm like trying to remember the basics of like Benedict Spinoza's philosophy. I like the love.
it's just like the closet, so cold, alone, 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 alone.
Meow, 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 meow.
What I've learned through your instructional research, the big and small are only the two sides to the one coin, and that the elephant, for all his mighty strength, the elephant owes it to the tiny flea. So still I seek the force, the reason governing life's flow, and not just its external show.
Nothing is what it seems in my hands. I feel a force to break the world in half. And I may be too arrogant, and I may be too full of myself, but still I search for my sight, waking up to light. And as it seems, we are somewhat used as pieces, spice, and one turning on the lights and off again. But who says they can't last forever? Is there even such a thing as God? I wonder if I fight with windmills, if battle of wits with myself, a fool who believes in freedom, giving my life for a vague hope in the distance.
I was not succumb, I will not succumb, I will not succumb, I will not succumb.
greater yet than that?
Hello. Aw. Well, maybe you should go to bed. If it's late enough. I don't know your. But yeah, like, I don't know, just allow yourself to rest if you're able. If you can afford to. And to place a puzzle piece for everything on the wall to remind you that you was born special, that you was born special, but fuck that, we didn't ask to be born.
Then what of longing, or affection, pain and grief? I can't describe these, yet I know they're in my breast.
My theory!
Without substance.
The holy fish!
In that case, man is only
To
as well.
reignite God's power! Please quit this. Aw, why? Meow. Just believe God, that's it? What do you mean?
I've been somebody, but I can't quite remember who.
Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
Be forgetful at times.
It's like this, but doesn't matter. But does it even matter? But does it even matter? Can't do this. Who is AI? Who? What? Sorry, I don't understand.
A happy throng. If only I could see, upon free land, a people truly free. Then, to the passing moment, I might say, you are so beautiful. I bid you stay. The traces of my life can never be effaced from human memory. As I anticipate my vision, this is now the moment of my highest bliss.
Hacking the Pentagon. My God. Like the building in Washington, D.C. I think I will. Well, I should reread MRR. I'm just writing my script, which is now 220 pages. My goodness, quite the amount, quite the amount. But I'm trying to decide like where. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know if okay, let's just I don't know. Um, ah, hi. Um, I think I will do something else? Question mark. Um, I don't know. It's like I should probably eat. Um, yeah. Okay. Well, today was very productive. I did some stuff in Blender and I did some writing. I think I wrote for like 2 hours, not longer. How many pages did I write for? Let's check. Where is it? Oh, um, okay, 79. I wrote for like 4 pages. Well,